expertise in both. I know. He's got a job. Acknowledge that it works. Right here.
Oh, okay. How far?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. The Colton Joint Unified School District Board of Education meeting is called to order. The time is now 5:30. Today is Thursday, November 17th, 2022. Welcome, everyone. We're happy to see a full house. Today is a day of celebration for our students. That's one huge reason for the turnout today. I also have would like to announce another celebration. Today is our superintendent, Dr. Miranda's birthday. Happy birthday. And also, one of our board members had a birthday yesterday. There's board member Thorin Ojeda. So absolutely, we lots to celebrate. Ms. Medina, can you please take roll call attendance of board members present?
Board Member Dan Flores. Board Member Thorin Ojeda.
Present.
Board Member Frankie Barr.
Present.
Board Member Bertha Flores.
Present. We'll begin today's meeting as we do every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask board member Thorin Ojeda to lead us in the flag salute.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Thorin Ojeda. We do have an interpreter present who is available for Spanish-speaking persons who need assistance. I'm going to ask Ms. Cynthia Bueno to come up to the podium.
Thank you and good evening, President Flores. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Yo soy Cintia. Bueno, esta noche estaremos proporcionando servicios de interpretación. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión simultáneamente, yo me encuentro en la mesa trasera donde pueden tener el dispositivo y escuchar la reunión al mismo tiempo. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Cynthia. Okay, before we move on to the 1.3 adoption of this agenda, I would like to have board consensus to move an item up. We are asking or requesting to move up item 8.4 CSEA update with President Guadarrama up to right after item 3.3, after the recognition of members of management. So I do need a consensus from all board members to approve this. And it is for a very special occasion. Yes, very good. We'll do that. Okay. Item 1.3, adoption of November 17th agenda. I need a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Amend closed session item 11.2, personnel and public employee, appointment, discipline, dismissal, release, government code 54957. We have an addition of one certificated coach, head junior varsity football, boys, addition of 4 classified coaches, varsity track assistant, head varsity baseball, boys, head junior varsity soccer, boys, head junior varsity wrestling, co-ed. Addition of 1 volunteer coach, soccer, girls, and addition of 1 volunteer general. Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay, fine. Okay, second. Okay, we have a question. Okay.
Okay. I noticed that one of the additions is a head junior varsity football boys. At this point in time, is this for the past year or is it for the upcoming year? Upcoming year? Okay, so it's for 23, 24. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, on motion by Board Member Thorin Ojeda and Board Member Dan Flores, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. Moving on to 2.0, we have a school showcase, Washington High School. I would like to invite Principal Torres to introduce his students.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Sandy Torres, principal of Washington High School, and joining us tonight are 4 of our students from our leadership group. We have Jasmine Benitez, Mariah Quintor, Belinda Garcia, and Kayla Limon. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our students.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Benitez. I'm a 10th grade student at Washington High School.
Hi, I'm Mariah Quintor. I'm a 10th grade student at Washington High School.
I'm Belinda Garcia, a 10th grader at Washington.
I'm Kayla Limon, a 10th grade student at Washington High School. Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Miranda, Executive Cabinet, and members of the audience. Thank you for the opportunity to share some stuff we're doing at Washington High School this semester. Our leadership class hosted Spirit Week October 10th through the 14th. Parent-teacher conferences were also held this week before and after school. Getting into the school spirit was a nice distraction. We had Pro Club Day, Jersey Day, Little Miss Day, Pajama Day, and Twin Day was Friday. Participating students received a treat for each day, and if you participated in all 5 days, then your name was entered into a raffle after lunch.
Our 7th period elective classes can choose to participate in a bulletin board contest, and the winning class gets a pizza party. October's theme was Unity and Kindness. In addition to our bulletin board contest that is hosted by the front office, this year leadership organized a Halloween door decorating contest. The theme was horror movies. On October 21st, we had our first PBIS kickoff. We reviewed our 4 Bs: be respectful, be responsible, be safe, and be resilient. By going around campus and reviewing the expectations at various locations, if we visited all the stations and we received all of the stamps on our bingo card, then we were entered into a raffle at lunch later that day. In addition to snacks and raffling off prizes at lunch, 4 students were nominated by staff on campus for demonstrating one of our 4 Bs. Here are the students with their PBIS certificates. Tomorrow we have an opportunity to buy into the rewards with the storybooks we've earned. Right now, we have about 40 students enrolled in PE. This has allowed us to organize sport games every other Friday. So far, we've had 2 flag football games, a softball game, and most recently a soccer game. Staff and students from other 6th period classes are also invited to play and watch the games.
This year for our Halloween, our leadership class will not allow for the neighbors at Sunset. Every year, the preschoolers are invited to trick and treat in the classrooms and offices. On Halloween this year, their route ended up in the office with us. We decorated our conference room to match the scene from the book, The Little Ghost Who Lost Her Boo. After we read the story, the littles were invited to participate at the 3 different stations, coloring their boo, making a cotton ball ghost, and making a plate owl. In October, our English and leadership class worked together to create an ofrenda complete with photos, letters, and poems to our loved ones.
Recuérdame, si mi guitarra oyes llorar, ella con su triste canto te acompañará, hasta que en mis brazos tú estés.
The first quarter award ceremony was held Monday, November 4th. The awards for perfect attendance in the months of August and September were presented, as well as honor roll and principal honor roll. Guardians and family were invited to celebrate our students as well.
Last Thursday, a handful of Washington students, along with many Slover students, were invited to the Center of Employment Training. They offered training programs such as automotive specialist, electrician, welding, and more. Next month, our 10th graders will have the opportunity to visit Cheech Art Museum in Riverside on December 7th. Every year for Thanksgiving, we put together baskets with all the ingredients a family needs for their Thanksgiving dinner. Once we are back from break, we will begin setting up for Sansal, Christmas event hosted by our leadership class, a similar event to what we were able to put on for Halloween. Before we conclude our presentation, we would like to thank two teachers who have greatly impacted our lives. Our math teacher and leadership, Ms. Waller, and our English teacher, Ms. Guillen, for all that they do. And they are in the back right there. I just want to give a big thanks to them.
Amen.
Thank you for letting us share this presentation with you. Do you have any questions for us?
Questions from the board? Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the students of Washington for sharing and your report with us today. A lot of wonderful things are happening there in Washington, and one of the things that I want to highlight is the fact that you're going and you're learning about your heritage. One of the important things about finding out who you are and what we're about is your opportunity to go out and go to museums like the Cheech Museum, take a look at your heritage, share the Dia de los Muertos, and understand where that came from and how that is part of your heritage and your culture as well. I think that the more we know about each other and the more we know about ourselves is a big key in us moving forward and choosing what we want to do in life. The other thing that you highlighted, and I think it's really important to the two teachers that are standing in the back, one of the greatest things that you can get as far as compliments is when you have students who compliment you, because that says a lot. It says that you're reaching them, you're motivating them, you're inspiring them, and you're guiding them in the direction that they need to go in. And a lot of times as teachers, we want to see how they go and we want to lead them, but a lot of times they need to figure that for themselves. And in doing so, that's what allows them to have the experiences for them to move on your life. And as the ending, I just want to mention that, remember, all the experiences that you have, all the experiences that you create for yourselves will eventually mold who you become. So do all the positive things, learn as much as you can in life and in school. And with those two things back to back, you're going to create a great resume for your future. So always remember that and always move forward. So thank you, Bertha.
Thank you.
Board Member Thoring Ojeda.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. To enjoy your presentation. I've said this so many times, but I would never have gotten up in front of a group like shocked. I would be terrified to do kudos and congratulations to you for that. It's not working as a, sorry. Now I can hear. I won't repeat what I just said. Hopefully you heard enough of it. But the kindergarten teacher in me and the principal in me loves the fact that you spent Halloween at San Salvador. To me, that just says so much. He was talking about people who look up to you. I can guarantee you that those kids went home and told their moms and dads and probably their brothers and sisters who are in elementary school, they had these big kids come and it was really fun. And that says a lot. They're going to remember that for a long time. And normally little ones like that don't remember a whole lot, but they'll remember the day those big kids came to school to help them. So good for you. That's a real important thing to do and makes them be excited to go on to school because they want to be a big kid like you someday. It's a good job. Thank you for making that part of them, part of their experience at school. And I don't know if this is actually a book, the little ghost who lost her boo, but it sure does look like something I'd be reading in school, and that's great to add that to your presentation. So thank you for being here, and thanks for doing a great job, and for helping our little ones grow up to be like you guys. Thanks.
I want to congratulate you on an amazing presentation. You did a great job, and it was awesome that you acknowledged your teachers in the back. That was very, very nice of you. And like my colleague said, that's the biggest compliment you can give a teacher is when you acknowledge their hard work. I also want to praise you on your ofrendas that you had. I mean, I set up an ofrenda at my house, and it's good to see it around the schools, different school sites. I love to see the Catrinas. I love to see the calaveras, all those things. They just add to the beauty of our culture. So again, thank you, and thank you, Principal Torres, for bringing your kids, and great job. Okay, we are moving on to our special presentation. I'm sorry.
Left a good word. Yes, thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to our special presentations. Like I said, today is a day of celebration. Item 3.1, the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, CASP, Perfect Score Celebration. Ed Services Division, I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Peterson to introduce her students.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, members of the audience, and members of the community. It is my distinct pleasure tonight to be able to celebrate the excellence of our students this past year. And tonight we are recognizing 18 of our highest performing students for achieving perfect scores in our spring 2022 CASP assessment. And so please give our students a round of applause to start. As we call up the students tonight, each student will receive a certificate. On the certificate, it states Colton Joint Unified Certificate of Recognition. This award is hereby presented to student name for achieving a perfect score in CASP testing for whatever subject area in spring of 2022. And it's signed by our board president and our superintendent. And so along with that, each student will receive a medal. Each student will receive a $25 Barnes & Noble gift card that we have here, a backpack, and a Loudburger certificate, courtesy of one of our managers, Ron Perez, in the district. And so as I introduce the students, we will announce them by their grade level. And so as we announce their grade level, this is their current grade level. So if it's a fourth grader, they were a third grader at the time they took the test. But we will also announce them by their current school that they attend this year. Or sorry, in their previous school where they took the CASP. And so without further ado, when we call your name, students, we'll have you come forward and we'll get some direction from our Ed Services Director who are around the room tonight. So we're going to start with our fourth graders. For English Language Arts, Metzley Cortez, a grant from Grand Terrace Elementary. And students, after you receive your award, we'll have you go shake our board members' hands. And then we're going to have you stop back here with our directors. And then at the end, we'll take a picture with the board and all of our students as well. Next, current fourth grader. Again, perfect score in English Language Arts. Dilpreet Mahal at Sycamore Hills Elementary School. Current fourth grader, a perfect score in English Language Arts, Annabelle Zamora from Walter Zimmerman Elementary. And our final fourth grader for perfect score in English language arts, Jeremy Zendejas from Abraham Lincoln Elementary. And moving on to our fifth graders who were fourth graders last year. Our first perfect score, again in English language arts, Sitlali Barker from Ruth Grimes Elementary.
See, another student is her sister.
And current fifth grader in English language arts, Brooklyn Guadarrama from Terraceview Elementary. And moving on to our current sixth graders who were fifth graders last year during testing. For English language arts, Ian Toralba from Sycamore Hills Elementary. And current sixth grader, our first math perfect score, Kainoa Ayu, Gerald Smith Elementary. Moving on to seventh graders, sixth graders in last year. For English language arts, Elijah Gill from Grand Terrace Elementary. Not sure if our next recipient is here. Seventh grader, English language arts, April Azoya from William McKinley Elementary. As well as seventh grader for English language arts, Guadalupe Nieves Barrios from Ulysses Grant Elementary. I don't think she's here tonight either. So we'll move on to, again, seventh grade, English language arts, Jaylene Ramirez, Gerald Smith Elementary. And seventh grader, English language arts, Samantha Sandoval from Ulysses S. Grant Elementary. Now we have a run of math perfect scores. For seventh grade, Kidsali Barker from Ruth Grimes Elementary. It runs in the family. And our final current seventh grader in mathematics, Amelia Folden from Mary B. Lewis Elementary. And now for our current eighth graders, last year's seventh graders. In math, Eduardo Guzman from Joe Baca Middle School. And then also eighth grade math, Mia Perez from Colton Middle School. And unfortunately, I don't think our last person is here. We've had our, for current 12th grader, 11th grade tester, our first science perfect score, Joanna Ibarra from Bloomington High School. She's not here tonight. Yeah. We'll be sure she gets her awards, and I would just like to commend our students on what an awesome show of excellence on this test. We know how hard this test is, and we appreciate your hard work and focus during this time to get these great scores to not only make yourself and your families proud, but Colton Joint Unified School District. So thank you very much. And if we can get the board to come on up and take a picture with our students. And if we get one more round of applause from our audience members. Syed, Dr. Hatter. Say cheese.
Yeah. I would.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And students, please come over and students, please come make sure and to pick up your backpacks over here. Oh. Director Orloff, I think picture. Oh. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, everybody. And students, again, please make sure to pick up your backpacks if you have not received them yet. One more round of applause for our excellent students.
Okay, I would like to thank the parents for coming out tonight. I know you are very proud of your children, as we are, as the teachers are, and the principals. So thank you again for coming tonight. And if there's cookies there, grab some cookies on the way out. We will continue with the agenda in just 1 minute.
No.
Okay. Okay, once again, I would like to thank Dr. Peterson and the Education Services Division for a wonderful celebration for our students. So thank you, Dr. Peterson, and please thank your staff. Okay, we are moving on to item 3.2, employee recognition. I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dade to recognize our employees.
Thank you. Made me feel special tonight. Thank you so much, everybody. Well, good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the community. Our Human Resources Division is honored and excited to congratulate and celebrate our October Employees of the Month. To be selected and nominated by your peers among our thousands of outstanding employees is a tremendous accomplishment. All of our nominees and our award winners have shown dedication, compassion, motivation for their work. We offer our congratulations to our exemplary staff and thank them for their wonderful model that they set for others. We would like to publicly recognize our winners tonight and invite them to join us up here at the podium with their families if you brought your families along with you this evening. And we first would like to start with Andrea Magana. And our principal of Bloomington High School, Yvette Roman, will be honoring her this evening.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Dade. Good evening, Board President Flores, members of the Board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the public. I am honored to recognize and introduce our locker room attendant, Andrea Magana. Andrea is a product of CJUSD and graduated from Bloomington High School in 2010. And she was my student when we were here at Bloomington Middle School, so I'm very honored and proud. Andrea is a dedicated employee who exemplifies the CJUSD motto, CJUSD Cares, and is supportive of the site, community, and the girls' soccer program. She has coached since 2011 and has supported our students during playoffs and championships. Andrea is supportive of our athletics program and often works our home game events and welcomes students and parents in attendance. She helps to run the clock for various sports, takes tickets, and supports in any way that she can. She encourages our students to participate and get connected at BHS and is supportive of clubs and boosters and helps with fundraising activities. In fact, tonight she was helping with our fall festival. Various staff members have commented on Andrea's work ethic and have shared that they appreciate that she takes pride in her work and that she supports Bruin Country. Her colleagues had this to say about her. Andrea is a great asset to our department and to the girls' soccer program. She is reliable, dependable, committed, honest, and always willing to help us out in any way that she can. We enjoy her presence, especially when she makes us laugh. I am glad that she is part of our department and part of our girls' soccer program. Andrea is a great mentor to our students and young athletes. Another colleague said Andrea is very helpful and she helps us to get information out to our staff and students. She often gets our mail and drops off paperwork in the office for us. She is approachable and our students have a great rapport with her and they know that they can rely on her for support. She makes my work life better by being friendly and hilarious. Andrea is kind, friendly, supportive, outgoing, funny, communicative, and a team player. Bruin Country is thankful to have an employee like her on our team, and we appreciate all that she does to support our students and our community. Thank you, Andrea.
I just want to say thank you guys. I appreciate it. For everybody that said something about me or anything, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
One more round of applause, please. Our next recipient is Alexandra Burkirk. Buskirk. Thank you. I appreciate that. Got to get hooked on phonics sometime. Athletic Director at Colton High School. Activities. So Activities Director will be honored by John Abbott, Principal of Colton High School.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Dade. Good evening, Board President Flores, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, members of the board, colleagues, community, families, friends, and of course, our amazing students. Before I begin, I will go a little off script. I'm not very good with words, and this is a fear of mine, public speaking. I really don't enjoy it. But we're here today to celebrate our amazing Miss Buskirk. And when I'm thinking about writing the narrative, really, this would say the most. See, I'm shaking. Words really can't describe what she truly means to us on site at all. And so I'm going to try to do a little bit of justice with the words, but truly her impact is just amazing. And so I'm going to go ahead and get into this here right now. My name is John Abbott, principal of Colton High School, and tonight I do have this distinct honor to recognize our activities director, Miss Buskirk. Okay, activities directors lead the associated student body, leadership, and renaissance, plan school activities, school dances, and much, much more. Buzz is by far the best activities director that I've ever worked with in my almost 20 years of education. She's just truly amazing. Her dedication and commitment is second to none. Her energy and positive disposition, as you could probably already pick up on it, is contagious. And again, there are times when I get around Ms. Buskirk that I forget that I'm actually the principal and that childish energy comes out in me, where I just want to roll up my sleeves and just have some fun with her and our students as well. She works tirelessly week in and week out to provide the best experience for our students and staff. On any given day, Buzz can be seen teaching leadership skills to our students, organizing various events for our site, PBIS, Link Crew, and athletics. She organizes training for new advisors, organizes community service events for leadership students, supports staff on registration days, is the advisors of our gaming club, coaches our esports team. She reopened our student store. She runs our reward store, supports students at events such as senior information night, grad night, homecoming, rallies, Spirit Weeks, special monthly events, student and staff birthday celebrations, prom and graduation, just to name a few. She also meets frequently with outside vendors for events and instantly connects with them. She makes them feel part of our Yellow Jacket family from the moment she meets them. And so you all know, Buzz has a unique way of getting perfect strangers and bosses to do whatever she tells us to do without sounding bossy. And even when she does sound a bit bossy, we're never offended and we do exactly what she tells us to do, which a lot of times is just to get out of her way and let her do it. So part of what makes her awesome as well is that she has an uncanny ability to take mundane details and turn those details into an extraordinary vision for us all to enjoy. And I'm gonna say it, she can turn lame into fame. Yes, Buzz, I just said that. Blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Whatever. In all seriousness, Buzz is extremely passionate about what she does. She cares deeply about our students and our Colton community. She wants the very best for our students and community and sacrifices her personal and family time on a regular basis to ensure our students and staff are taken care of. Even as far as still picking up trash in the Colton High School Stadium at 1 o'clock in the morning, knowing we're gonna have another event right away the next day on Saturday. She has immersed herself in our Colton community and goes far above and beyond her call of duty and will do whatever it takes to make things great. I will conclude by saying this. There is a saying that all good things must come to an end. And although I tend to agree with this, I completely disagree with this as it pertains to Buzz and her tenure at Colton High School and education as a whole. Her legacy will continue for generations to come. Just look right here. Our students will forever remember Buzz and the way she has made them feel and what she has done to make CHS great. They will carry on her legacy and it will forever live in our Colton community and will most definitely permeate in the world that we live in. Buzz is the true heartbeat of Colton High School. Congratulations, Buzz. We love you.
So I was talking to some of my colleagues, and I was remembering when Tiffany came up the other time, and I was like, man, she is so amazing and wonderful, and like we went to high school together, and I was just kind of like, what does a person like me need to do to get an award like this? Like I was just like, wow, like I could never do all of these things. And then I saw the email, and I was like, oh my gosh. And so I just like I started off as a math teacher at the Colton CJUSD here, and I love being a math teacher and things like that. But I feel so blessed to have had the opportunity and become the activities director at Colton High School. It is by far the best thing that I've ever done with my life. I love working with the students. I love working with everybody that I've encountered. I mean, we've all like seen each other and done stuff all the time, and I just love it. So I just like thank you guys for letting me have an opportunity to just do things and make you guys smile. And I mean, honestly, like I'm so happy that they came. I was like, hold back the tears, because these are all my leadership students right here as well, and they're awesome and amazing. And it's just, I know I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but I'm super appreciative and just thank you, like thank you so much. And you don't know how much I appreciate this. And my family couldn't be here, but they're watching YouTube Live and things like that. So like hi to all my family, my husband, my kids, brother and sister, and everybody out there, my mom. And then again, thank you everybody out here that's supporting me as well. So thank you guys, much appreciated.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Okay.
One more round of applause, please.
Congratulations again to our employees. Moving on to 3.3, again, I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dade to introduce our new management.
Good evening once again, and once again, just honored and excited to introduce our new management team members. I'd like to first invite up Victor Jimenez. So Victor brought his lovely wife up, and I know she's probably embarrassed, but just smile under that mask. It's all fun. So Victor is our new manager for nutrition services. He's had a variety of leadership roles. Some key things, Victor's children, he's been there for his children beyond the typical parent and participating in the school site council, ELAC, DLAC. He's a school booster club member. He was treasurer, recorder, president. District Advisory Committee supporter. He was a nutrition service worker 2, a lead 1, lead 2, supervisor 1, supervisor 2, operations supervisor, interim food service director, and now manager of nutrition services. So congratulations, Victor. We're so happy to have you. But Victor has some fun facts that I need to share with you that are pretty cool as well. So Victor likes to freshwater fish. Trout is his favorite thing to catch. And so Victor, I went up to Oregon and did some crabbing and trout fishing as well. So definitely tastes better when it comes right out the water. He likes eating at different restaurants with his beautiful wife, trying new foods and drinks, hiking, exploring the great outdoors. And so once again, Victor Jimenez, Manager of Nutrition Services, and I'll allow him to address the board and introduce his wife.
Well, it's been been here 21 years in the school district and a lot of familiar faces. And some people say, well, how did you get your position? And I started off as a classified worker, very proud classified worker, union strong, and still believe in that we need that partnership with our union brothers. And just because of management doesn't mean I'm better. That just means a title and more responsibility. I look at a picture when I first started as a classified employee, and my hair was darker and I had less wrinkles, and oh my gosh, but I would not trade it for the world. I love working in this district. I love my department. My team of over 150 strong is the reason I'm here, and they're the reason I do what I do, because providing them the tools that they need to do the best job possible to feed our kids of Colton Joint Unified School District, all the way from South Fontana, Bloomington, Grand Terrace, of course, Colton. But it's an honor, and hopefully many more years to come. Thank you. Almost forgot my beautiful wife here. My beautiful wife. My beautiful wife, Kathy. Kathy has also worked for Colton Unified for 20 years. So when we moved to Beaumont, we moved to Riverside County. She now works for RCOE, working with the little Head Start little kids at 3 years old, but many years at Washington. So thank you for being here, babe. So appreciate it. Love you.
Thank you. You can join us if you like.
Great save, Victor. Great save. And one more round of applause for Victor, please. And Victor, before I became an administrator, I had an afro, and look at me now. So just wanted to let you know that. So, all right. So, our next new management team member is Trisha Garcia. Come on up. And you might have noticed in my voice, I had the kind of the tone of The Price is Right, inviting Trisha up here. So Trisha is my new executive assistant in human resources. She's had a variety of leadership roles as well. She was a patient advocate for the County of Riverside, community service leader for the City of Fontana, and mom and wife. There's some fun facts that I'd like to share about her. She enjoys spending time with her family, her husband, Carlos, and kids, Jasmine and Roman. She loves cheering for her kids at their sporting events and going out for her family cruise nights in their 52 Chevy Deluxe. Ooh. I have a 1977 Volkswagen bus. We can cruise. You might move a little bit faster than me, but I'll keep up. So definitely. Trisha is a product of CJUSD. She started at Wilson Elementary, went to Terrace Hills Middle School, and graduated from Colton High School. So definitely so happy to have Trisha join the HR family, and like to go ahead and give her an opportunity to say thank you and to introduce her family.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and Executive Cabinet. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Like Mr. Dade said, I am a product of CJUSD. I'm born and raised here in this community, so it means so much to me that I'm able to have gained so much experience working through so many different government agencies, and to be able to come back and start as a part-time employee and just realize that this is where I'm supposed to be. This is my passion, and this is home to me. So to be welcomed back home and to be able to share my experiences and to really just be part of our path to success for our staff and our students and our community. I just really appreciate it, and thank you. I want to say thank you. And then I'd also like to introduce my family, my husband, Carlos, my son, Roman, who goes to Grand Terrace Elementary, my daughter, Jasmine, who goes to Grand Terrace High School, and my mom, Denise, who was actually Miss Denise for 35 years for the city of Grand Terrace for their preschool program. So yes, we are heavily rooted in this community, so thank you very much.
And one more round of applause, please. Miss Denise, don't cry. You're gonna make me cry. I gotta finish this tonight. Okay. So, our next management team member I'd like to invite up is our new vehicle maintenance supervisor for transportation, Adalberto Navarro. So Adalberto has had a variety of leadership roles as well, and the most notable one that I really near and dear to my heart, because I have family members that worked here as well, is he was supervisor of Omnitrans for 3 years. He has some fun facts that I'd like to share with you. He has several hobbies. He likes fixing RC cars. He enjoys hiking and also putting together puzzles. He has 4 pets, 2 dogs, and 2 cats. And so awesome. But I will just say this, that we're so happy to have you here, Adalberto, and our whole division is just, really glowing to have you join us. So really just want you to know that everybody was excited to hear that you were coming and just so much more excited to have you here this evening. So I'd like to give Adalberto a chance to say thank you to the board and introduce his family.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank my beautiful wife, Tali. She's sitting in the 4th row with my 2 daughters. And I'd like to say she's been very supportive in all of this. It was a tough decision starting somewhere new. And I got to say, after hearing everybody speak today, I'm very excited to be part of, to start working with Colton Joint Unified. I have never worked for a school district before, but from what I can tell, it is very exciting. And I welcome the opportunity to be able to develop some friendships, relationships, and be able to do the best that I can. My little girl over there, Angie, she's very excited to be here. And my middle child, Gabriella, and I also have a 15-year-old daughter that wasn't able to make it today because she does wrestling, so she was kind of busy. So thank you again, board members, audience. I'm very, very excited to be here and become part of Colton Joint.
One more round of applause, please. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce our new assistant principal for Zimmerman Elementary, Sandra Trujillo. Take your time in this. So, congrats. So Sandra comes to us from San Bernardino City Unified School District. I don't know what's going on, too much talking tonight, I guess. Sandra had the opportunity to support and lead kids in the dual language immersion program for 7 years. Sandra is a former 20-year veteran as a social worker. And some fun facts, she's a proud Chicano. She loves music. Music is everything. Same here. And she loves to dance cumbia. And so, Sandra, I'm just, want to let you know, see that gentleman over there in the corner, our director of technology. He is the dance champ. And so, we're going to have to set this up. But we are so happy to have you join the Colton Joint Unified School District family. And I'd like to go ahead and give you a chance to address the board and introduce your family.
Good evening. Okay, so I'm gonna get emotional, letting you know right now, because first and foremost, before I begin, I want to say thank you to my family, to my husband, and I want to say happy birthday to my husband, and thank you for his loving support in all that I do. Mi mamá, Celia, mi hijo Frankie, and 3 of the best friends anyone could ever have, Susana, Talika, and Des. So, good evening, board members. Board President Flores, Superintendent Miranda, and members of the community. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to serve the students of Colton Joint Unified School District. Equity and the social emotional well-being of children and their families has been my lifelong passion. I'm here to serve the whole child, staff, and community as I learn from my principal, Ms. Nunez, and the teachers in our care. Thank you for your trust in me. I will not let you down. Thank you.
One more round of applause, please. And we have 3 birthdays here tonight. And equally as important, Dr. Miranda, who's worked so hard for all of us. So if you could please help me sing happy birthday. We would appreciate that. So 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Miranda. Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, and I'll get you back, Mr. Dade. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you should have known that was coming. Okay, well, at the beginning of the meeting, we did move up an agenda item, we moved up 8.4, and this is CSEA update. I would like to invite CSEA President Guadarrama to present.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, birthday boy Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Anthony Guadarrama, CSEA Chapter President, Colton 244. I do appreciate you moving me up in the agenda today. My daughter and wife are actually supposed to be at Disneyland tonight. We had some family from out of town, so they're going to meet up and head to Disneyland, but my daughter got the notification that she was going to be recognized tonight, so she kind of gave me that look like, oh, Dad, Disneyland or board meeting? Oh, yeah. So it took a little, convincing, and she's like, all right, well, at least if you take me out to dinner, Dad, so all right, so we're gonna go out to dinner after this. So again, I appreciate you moving me up on the agenda. So real quick, congratulations to all the students with the perfect scores. That is absolutely amazing. What an accomplishment. I mean, I know we've been doing a lot of clapping tonight, but if we could, just one more round of applause for our teachers and our principals, because, they really do create that passion for learning, and behind every hardworking student is a hardworking teacher and principal. So I just want to thank them for all their hard work. Congratulations to the employees that were recognized tonight, and welcome to our new management employees. Look forward to getting to know you and working with all of you. Again, it's a good night. A lot of congratulations. Congratulations to Board Member Fuentes and Board Member Thoring Ojeda and your victory in the recent elections. And congratulations to Board Member Flores and Board Member Sandoval. You ran unopposed, but again, congratulations. And I look forward to continue working with you and achieving and exceeding the goals that we set for the district. So I look forward to that. And lastly, we're starting negotiations soon, so I do look forward to that. We Sunshine last board meeting, there's a lot on there. We have a lot of language to clean up, and our goal really is to improve the processes for our members and help recruit, retain the best members that we can, because at the end of the day, that's really what our kids deserve, is the best and the brightest. So I look forward to working with the district, Mr. Dade, and just really tighten things up and again recruit and retain the best. So enjoy the upcoming break for those of y'all that have it. Get some much needed rest, and I hope everyone has a happy Thanksgiving. So thank you.
Thank you, President Guadarrama. And enjoy your evening, Brooklyn. Where are you? Where's Brooklyn? Oh, she's okay. Okay. Okay, moving on, we are moving on to item 3.4, the District English Language Advisory Committee, DLAC Needs Assessment. I would like to invite Assistant Superintendent Dr. Peterson to introduce the parents here tonight.
So before I introduce, make introductions real quick, I would just like to just provide a little bit of information as to why we're presenting the needs assessment tonight. As the board is aware, the DLAC needs assessment is a requirement of our LCAP process. In the past, we normally do this in the spring. Because of the late nature of doing it in the spring, it becomes difficult to put those needs into our LCAP because at that point, most of the decisions are made. And so we really, starting this year, wanted to move it to the fall semester so that as we're planning and begin our planning over the next 3 months, we're able to take their needs into account as we plan out our LCAP for next year. And so just wanted to provide the board that reasoning behind why we've made the move to the fall with that presentation. And so with that said, I'd like to introduce Dr. Wendy Moore, our Language Support Services Director, who will introduce our presenters tonight.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, Superintendent Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Wendy Moore, as Dr. Peterson already stated. I have the privilege of serving as our District's Director of Language Support Services. This evening, I'm accompanied by two wonderful parents, Janet Murillo and Claudia Gutierrez, and they will be sharing our annual DLAC Needs Assessment. Before I hand it over, I'm going to share a bit about our current CJUSD enrollment. So we have nearly a little over 20,000 students in our district that we serve. Nearly 20% of our students, 3,704, are identified as English learners. Here you can see the breakdown of the number of students currently at each level of English proficiency. Spanish is the most represented foreign primary language for our EL population. In addition to Spanish, 25 additional foreign languages are spoken in the homes of our CJUSD families.
Buenas tardes, Presidenta Flores del Consejo Educativo, miembros del Consejo, Superintendente Miranda, comunidad. Me llamo Janet Murillo, represento junto a Claudia Gutiérrez al Comité DILAC. Como saben, esta valoración de necesidades es traída ante ustedes año tras año. El reporte contiene la voz de padres de alumnos aprendices de inglés y en esta ocasión alumnos aprendices de inglés de high school.
Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, and Superintendent Miranda. My name is Claudia Gutierrez. I am here with Janet Murillo, representing the DLAC committee. As you are aware, this DLAC Needs Assessment report is shared with you every year. This report gives voice to parents of EL students and also contains the voice of EL high school students.
El proceso de valoración se realizó en 2 juntas híbridas de DILAC y fuera del momento de la junta por medio de una encuesta a todas las familias con alumnos aprendices de inglés. También incluye la voz de alumnos aprendices de inglés de todas las preparatorias del distrito. Este reporte habla por todo alumno, no solamente por nuestros hijos.
This report was developed through conversations at 2 DLAC meetings and outside of the interactions of the meeting through a survey that was sent to all families of EL students. The voice of EL students from our high schools is also included. This report advocates for our own children and for every child.
En pantalla, ven una cita citable que nos parece adecuada para el momento que vivimos. Es del famoso entrenador de atletas, John Wooden. No permitas que lo que no puedes hacer interfiera con lo que sí puedes hacer. Pensando en la cita, un enfoque nuevo que nos lleve a lograr avances es el deseado por el comité.
We find a quote that I think is adequate for the current moment. It is by the famous coach, John Wooden. Do not let what you cannot do interfere with what you can do. As a committee, we wish to see a new focus that leads us to move forward.
Pensando en la gran necesidad educativa del momento aquí en el distrito de Colton, decidimos ser coherentes con nuestra petición de enfoque en lo que podemos hacer. Por ello, esta vez solamente traemos una recomendación: aprendizaje. Para que esto suceda, es esencial que brindemos a los alumnos un entorno que, combinado con enseñanza eficaz, tenga como resultado aprendizaje.
As we reflected on the high school educational needs of this moment at CJUSD, we decided to coherent with our emphasis on focusing on what we can do. Because of that, we bring only one recommendation to you: learning. For learning to take place, it is essential that we provide students with a conducive environment that, combined with effective instructions, results in learning.
Entendemos lo fundamental de las relaciones de confianza entre todos los involucrados: liderazgo del distrito, liderazgo de la escuela, maestros, alumnos y padres de familia para que se dé el aprendizaje. Si hay sinergia en nuestras escuelas, eso contribuirá a que, como ven en la pirámide, los alumnos se sientan bien, tengan gozo por el aprendizaje, busquen desempeñar a altos niveles y, cuando nos dejen al terminar la high school, tengan opciones de carreras o de educación superior.
We understand that trusting relationships amongst all involved, district leadership, site leadership, teachers, students, and families, are foundational to learning. Synergy at schools will also be contributing factors, and as you see on the screen, the pyramid will yield students who are well, enjoy learning, seek to perform at high levels, and as they leave us in the 12th grade, have options to seek careers or further their education.
En la pantalla, ahora vemos la gráfica de desempeño CASP del 2022 para lingüística y matemáticas. A todos los papás nos preocupa de manera extraordinaria la cantidad de niños que se están quedando sin aprender.
On this screen, we see English language arts and math results for the 2022 CASP. Our level of concern as parents is high when we see the amount of students who can't show that they are learning.
Y cuando vemos gráficas con números, en realidad cada número en esa gráfica representa a un niño o una niña. Todos aquí queremos que los niños que no pueden demostrar que han aprendido logren aprender lo que se espera que aprendan en su grado escolar. ¿Cómo podemos aplicar valores de equidad al servicio de estos niños para que todos logren aprender?
When we see the numbers in a graph, each number is a child. What we all want is that each child who showed limited learning can meet the academic expectations for their grade level. So how can we apply values of equity as we serve these students so that they can learn?
Pensando en los aprendices de inglés, vemos aquí una gráfica que seguramente ya han visto. Notamos que el valor de un cerebro que tiene capacidades en 2 idiomas, y gracias por aumentar y mejorar el programa de inmersión dual. Sin embargo, los números hablan por sí mismos. Y si un 51% de los niños más capaces logran aptitud, estamos en una situación de urgencia y de actuar ya.
Thinking of our English learners, here you see a graph that you have likely seen before. We realize how valuable bilingual and biliterate skills are. Thank you for enhancing and expanding the dual immersion program. Nevertheless, these numbers tell our story, and if 51% of our highest performing students reach proficiency level, we all face a situation that needs urgent attention.
Es necesario tener maestros que conecten con sus alumnos y que logren que el estudiante sienta su apoyo. Cuando el alumno se siente aceptado y apreciado, entonces puede aprender. Y es más fácil y divertido aprender si lo hacemos por medio de proyectos y oportunidades de expresión, de creatividad y capacidad.
It is a need to have teachers who connect with their students, teachers who make the child feel that he or she cares and supports them. When a student feels accepted, when a student feels accepted and cared for, then he or she can learn. And of course, learning is fun and fluid if it's done through projects and activities that evidence the child's creativity and capabilities.
Deseamos que a todos los alumnos significativamente se les ofrezcan experiencias culturales y de desarrollo. El arte en sus muchas formas contribuye al desarrollo de conexiones cerebrales que benefician capacidades cognitivas en el alumno. Pintar, cantar, bailar, tocar música, exponer oralmente ante compañeros y demás actividades contribuyen al ambiente escolar y al aprendizaje.
We wish that all students have significant access to enriching activities that foster development. Art in its many forms enhances cerebral connections and in the child. Painting, singing, dancing, playing instruments, public speaking, and such activities enhance both the school environment and the learning process.
Y cuando aprenden en el aula, ¿cómo se hace para que el alumno entienda que lo que aprende en la escuela le va a servir en la vida real?
And how is it that children realize that what they learn in the classrooms will serve them in real life?
Si los alumnos conectan lo aprendido en el aula con las capacidades que necesitan para funcionar en sociedad, tendrán más motivación para ser activos participantes en sus salones de clases.
If students are able to connect their learning in the classrooms with skills needed in their daily lives, their engagement in class will increase.
Aquí les resumimos nuestra voz con imágenes. Si un alumno pasa su día en una escuela limpia y segura, con aulas y con baños limpios y con armonía y respeto entre alumnos, su actitud naturalmente será una actitud positiva. Si los maestros demuestran con acciones que les interesan y conectan con cada alumno y los apoyan y les ofrecen actividades creativas e innovadoras, entonces veremos mejores resultados y se dará el aprendizaje.
Our voices summarized here with images. If a student spends their day in a clean school with clean restrooms and classrooms, and there is peace and acceptance on campus, their instinctive attitude towards their time spent in school possibly changes. If teachers show with actions that they care about every child and connect with them and support them and offer innovative and creative activities, we will see better results. Learning will happen.
Encuestamos a alumnos aprendices de inglés en las preparatorias. La voz de ellos hizo eco con la voz nuestra. Queremos y necesitamos lo mismo. Escuelas limpias, armoniosas y seguras, docentes capaces de conexión humana y de inspirar y atender a los alumnos para que puedan ser exitosos.
The voice of our EL students at high schools was captured through surveys. Their voices were the same as ours. Their sentiment of needing clean and safe schools and harmonious environment with teachers who connect and inspire them to be successful is consistent with ours.
Cerramos con la cita que les hemos traído hoy. No permitas que lo que no puedes hacer interfiera con lo que sí puedes hacer. Necesitamos que los niños aprendan y para que eso suceda necesitamos cambios. Si continuamos haciendo lo mismo, continuaremos teniendo los mismos resultados.
We leave you with our quote and our petition. We need learning to take place. And for that to happen, we need change. If we keep doing the same thing, we will continue to get the same results.
Gracias por su atención. Les pedimos de la manera más respetuosa nos den fechas concretas de cuándo nos podemos reunir para que nos den un informe de los avances de lo que se está planeando hacer para atender este asunto. Gracias.
Thank you for listening. We respectfully ask that you give us a date to meet when you can inform us about the plans to address our report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Muchas gracias por la presentación. Voy a preguntar si los miembros de la mesa directiva tienen preguntas. Any questions from our board members or comments? Board Member Ibarra.
My comment is not directly at our presenters. Thank you for the presentation. Muchas gracias. My comments toward our superintendent and what is his plan to address the concerns of the EL parents.
Thank you for the question, Board Member Ibarra. Y muchas gracias por la presentación. Lo estamos oyendo a ustedes. One of the things that you'll hear tonight, with our design plan, you'll hear a presentation that encompasses the vision of CJUSD moving forward, and you'll see a lot of the progress that we have made. And one of those focuses is professional learning. that we feel that professional learning and in building capacity, not only for our students, the parents, our teachers, our community, will improve and obviously working with the DLAC and the needs assessment. So again, the purpose for tonight was to listen to the parents. We've received copies of their needs assessment. And with that will come some action plans that get developed, that get overseen by our LS services. And then we will monitor those plans. So that's again, the needs assessment. We've provided last year's 21-22 needs assessment to the board in progress with action items and how we're making those changes. So we will continue to do that. My goal is, and only with this, that we do this, provide the board at least a quarterly update on the progress of meeting the needs and to the board. So at least on a quarterly basis.
Okay, thank you for that. It's apparent that our parents and parents in total have major concerns about their children's progress throughout our district. And I would appreciate updates in how we're addressing some of the issues that they're concerned with and how we plan to move forward and meeting with the ELAC committee and taking a look at what we can do to help the students reach some of the goals and levels and expectations that we as a district set forth. We are a district of equity. We talk about equity all the time. And this is part of us providing that equity to all students. So I think that the concern is real. If not, they wouldn't be up here sharing this with us. And they really, so that they're seeing it, their children's are experiencing it, and we need to see what we need to do to address it. So I think that it's an important issue, and we need to move forward and continue working with them so that we could help improve the education for our students.
You know, if I may add again, reiterate that the reason why we asked them to do it early on instead of waiting for the end of the year was so that we could incorporate this into our strategic plan, which is our LCAP. And that's the difference in taking action so that we can allot not only action steps to it, but also funding to some of the things that we need to do. So I think that's the difference this year. That's why we're doing it early on so we can again, our strategic plan is the LCAP, and Dr. Peterson and her team are working on it. This is a big piece of that strategic plan that we have in place.
I believe that the parents talked a little bit about synergy and the relationships to learning and the relationships with our educators as they provide that learning to our students. And I think that we need to move forward in those areas to make sure that the type of programs, the type of education will help them achieve those goals. So I just want to make sure that we as a district address the concerns of the parents. Thank you.
Okay, nomás tengo unas cuantas preguntas o comentarios. Lo que yo escuché ahorita muy claro es que el pendiente es urgente, es muy urgente, porque los resultados no están donde deberían de estar. Y yo comparto su urgencia. One thing that I'm sharing with the parents is that we hear loud and clear the urgency that they come to us, with the urgency that they come to us to address the needs of the almost 4,000 English learners in our schools. And those are kindergarten through 12th grade. So yes, we hear you and we share that concern with you. Tenemos el mismo pendiente nosotros. But we can't just leave it there. We need a plan. We need a plan to move forward. No, no nomás podemos decir que vamos a arreglarlo y no hacer nada. Entonces, otra cosa que escuché muy claro es que ustedes quieren que los maestros se conecten con los estudiantes. Another thing we heard loud and clear is that parents are urging teachers to connect with their students so that their social emotional well-being is addressed and the kids feel welcome in school. Porque lo que también escuché es que ustedes quieren que los maestros conecten con los estudiantes y que los maestros se den cuenta del socioemocional, ¿verdad? La condición donde vienen los niños. So we hear everything and we share your concerns. Escuchamos todo esto y también compartimos sus pendientes. Nomás quería, I want to go back to the probably the second slide, where it shows the number of 3,704 students. And just to clarify, we have 4 levels. And just to focus on very quickly on level 1, we have 1,057 English learners in this category. This is K through 12, correct? Estos son de niños de kinder a 12avo. Now, at the high school level, some of these kids are in level 1. These are newcomers. They have just recently arrived to the United States. And I know this is the first time this year that you've provided a newcomer class for these students. I don't know what the breakup is of these 1,000, how many kindergartners or how many 12th graders. We don't know that. But I know that each level, your department or the English learner department has a very specific program for each of these students. Lo que estaba diciendo es que de los 3,704 niños, hay diferentes niveles. En nivel 1 están más de 1,000 estudiantes, pueden ser kinder o puede ser 12avo. ¿Verdad? Entonces, and the same goes with the other levels. I won't go into detail on those, but every level is, the level 1, of course, is the students with very limited English, and level 4 are our students. And, level 4 are students who may be stuck or maybe not progressing because ultimately we want them to exit the program. Nosotros queremos que los niños salgan del programa. So I appreciate in our LCAP, it has very specific strategies to address each one of those levels. ¿Verdad? Okay, so with that, I would just like to ask the superintendent and the board, and with the consensus with the board, the superintendent and his staff, and with consensus with the board, to maybe, they've asked for concrete dates on how to keep updates. So if we can work on that, on a plan, or so that we can provide parents updates as we move forward.
Absolutely. And I'll add that Dr. Peterson and myself attend the DLAC meetings. So we'll be more than happy to certainly update the DLAC committee. And I think one of the benefits for me is hablo el español, no lo hablo muy bien como ustedes, pero me pueden entender, entonces podemos comunicarnos bien. Sería mi gusto para estar en las juntas con ustedes.
Y lo último que quiero decir es que los padres están muy contentos con esos programas de doble inmersión. Parents are very happy with dual immersion, and we have the results to show that we are progressing, that these programs are being very successful. What I would like to do is, it's not easy to open a dual immersion school. It takes a lot of work. It's a lot of pieces, so it can't happen overnight, and I understand that. But what I would like to ask, and if with consensus from the board, is just to come up with a plan of, like 1 year and 2 years, 3 years of what the plan is to, move forward with opening other schools. Again, knowing that you cannot do it overnight. It cannot be done. I mean, it takes, I understand it takes a lot of work. But if we can come up with a plan of where we want to be in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, we have made great progress. We have Grimes, and then now we have Grand Terrace and Bernie. And so what's the plan from this point on? Estamos planeando para ver cómo podemos mover adelante el programa de doble inmersión. Okay, with that, any other questions, concerns?
No, solamente agradecer que sí, que nos estén escuchando y lo completo de este reporte es que no solamente contiene nuestra voz, como les mencionamos, contiene la voz de los alumnos y es de los alumnos de high school que les hicieron también un survey y ellos también piden eso, ¿no? Esa conexión con los profesores. Hace rato, cuando estaban dando los premios, algunas de las calificaciones que les decían no era que sacaron un 10 en ciencias o un 10 en matemáticas, era que tenían esa conexión con los alumnos, que los alumnos se acercaban con ellos. Lo que necesitamos es eso, son líderes, no que sepan mucho, sino que sepan cómo enseñar con ese cariño, que sepan los niños, ese maestro está interesado en mí. No que van a la escuela y que si aprendiste bien y si no aprendiste, pues ni modo. Eso es lo que los niños quieren, eso es lo que los papás queremos. Y les agradecemos por escucharnos.
Do you want to translate that or you want me to? Okay. Okay, well, just very briefly, I just want to comment on and try to translate. Where's Cynthia back there? I was like, the parent was saying that when, as the kids were receiving their awards tonight, it was very evident that, the academic piece is there, but she also pointed out that a very evident piece is the engagement from and the encouragement from the teachers that were here tonight, and that how important that piece is. I hope I captured that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your excellent presentation, and thank you, Dr. Moore, for the presentation. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, we are moving to 4.1. Colton Joint Unified School District Sunshine for Colton School Employee Association. I'm opening the public hearing. Are there any public comments relating to this hearing? We are going to close this public hearing. We're moving on to 5.0. I would like to say that that we ask that the appropriate public comment card be filled out. Each speaker will be invited to the podium. We ask that you begin by stating your name and your city of residence. Board bylaws 9323 state that the individual speaker shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. I would like to invite up to the podium Lisa Villa.
Hello, I'm Lisa, and I'm from Colton. Good evening, board members and everyone in attendance. I'd like to congratulate our Colton Yellow Jacket varsity football team for making it to the second round of playoffs. I actually didn't see hardly any of our leaders supporting our Yellow Jackets, including our security managers. Where were they? Getting to the second round is pretty epic. Only 5% of high schools make it. But apparently not a big deal to some of you. I hate to rain on the parade here today, but isn't it great to see happy employees within your district? Hopefully Mrs. Magana from Bloomington doesn't get transferred. She is clearly happy and an asset to Bruin country, but we all know the choices and decisions that you, the board, allows. As you all know by now that I am not the only unhappy security person in the security department. The abuse of power is unreal. There are plenty of complaints against people within many departments of the school district, but they are never transferred. They are given the benefit of the doubt, but if any of us gets a complaint within the security department, true or not, it is within days we are transferred or even if our managers have a personal vendetta against us, we will get harassed or transferred. I feel that this portion of the power that the security managers have needs to be taken from them. I am asking that you return all the security back to the original sites that we applied for. And stop singling out the security department and let these injustices continuously happen. Please create a format or process to overlook the abuse of power. If we are the only department that has to be flexible and adaptable and be prepared to be moved at any given time, then so should the leaders within the security department. They themselves should lead by example and be moved dearly. They are the ones getting paid the pretty sufficient salary, so it is only right for them to know every single site like the back of their hands, because they clearly do not know the logistics of each site. Move them yearly. That way we see that they are not singling us out, any of us out no longer. I also have a suggestion that is more logical safety-wise. All of our middle schools are more centralized within each zone that each of our security managers serve. It is more logical for them to be physically housed at each of the middle schools rather than the high schools, so that their presence is known at a younger age than at the high school. I have decades of knowledge and experience that would be completely beneficial to the staff, employees, and community. Come talk to me. Thank you.
Next person, Paul Razo.
Okay, where's my applause? Just kidding. Hal, hello. Good evening, Board President Flores, Superintendent Miranda, board members, administration, and all you wonderful guests in the house. My name is Paul Rosso, employee, People Personnel Services, Office Machine Tech. I'm here today to address Resolution 7.4, Native American Heritage Day. I am pleased to see the resolution on the agenda tonight for proper recognition. But as we all know, that Native American Heritage Day is the month of November. I had shared my disappointment with Board President Flores when I noticed no resolution, no activities or culture learning was taking place in our schools for Native American Heritage Month. You know, learning about culture is something we preach in education. By learning culture, we understand the community and the needs of the children. For example, the land we stand on was once tribal land owned by the Suriano Indians of San Manuel, the tribe that's right behind us. We're surrounded by the Cahuilla, Morongo, Pachanga, San Gabriel Indian nations. And I'm sure you all have heard of the little town called Muscoy, which is the short name for Musqueam, which means land of very little pines. It is likely the majority of us in this room tonight also have indigenous blood in us. And I'm sure many of you had attended and enjoyed a beautiful powwow with all the dancers in your lifetime. But it's a way for us indigenous to come together. The songs, the dance have meaning. They are prayers and ways to give thanks for the blessings, the healing, the spirituality, the water, and the food that Mother Earth provides to us for sound body, mind, and soul. My passion for the Native ways comes from the history of my great-great-grandmother. She was born at Mission San Juan Capistrano, a tribal member of the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, the Acaman Nation. So I was very proud to see when I reached out to Board President Flores that there was a resolution to recognize it tonight on the agenda. Thank you very much. I ask the rest of you to please approve the Native American Heritage Resolution so that the Native culture is not lost and the children learn the proper ways. Aho, which means thank you, and thank you for your time. I did have one other little item on the agenda. which was Resolution 7.3, Special Education, National Special Education Day in December. I see that resolution's on the agenda. I just want to say, I've been given the opportunity through the district to work with the special education department. And I've worked alongside the leads, like the pathologist, the nurse, the psychologist. And I want to tell you guys have an awesome team. And just to let you know, Mr. Pearson didn't put me up to that. It's my experience, that you have a really awesome team. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, that concludes our comments for tonight. We are moving on to 6.0, administrative presentations. 6.1, CJUSD design plan update. We'd like to invite our superintendent up and along with his executive cabinet to present.
Works. Right. All right. Good evening, Board President Flores, board members, executive cabinet, members of the audience who are in person and online. It is with just great pleasure that I'm here tonight to update the board and the community on our CJUSD design plan. Tonight, not only will you hear from me, but also from a group of individuals, dedicated individuals, I'll add that, who have worked tirelessly on the development and implementation of the design plan. You see our vision statement, it's pretty long. So all the work that the team has done continues to be driven by this vision statement that the board approved. It represents what we want for our students to achieve as they exit our schools when they graduate. It represents a drive to create a rigorous and engaging instructional experience that prepares students for success in their future. It is a community-centered vision, one that creates opportunities and builds and contributes to the communities we serve. Where have we been? We've shared a lot about the work that that went into the design plan. We spent 2 years, and I might add during COVID, meeting with our design plan leadership team to learn together, share ideas, and craft a design plan that would become a living and dynamic document. This design plan is not a static document, but instead it is designed to distribute leadership amongst our educational community. Instead of linear tasks, it is designed around strategies and action steps that allow the opportunity to build consensus, belonging, and district-wide investment in the resolutions. You see this quote right here. It really, what sets this design plan apart from the other efforts in our past is that it puts the needs of our students first. The contextual analysis and outline of the obstacles that we will face in making changes are authentic and real challenges. And these are articulated so that we can be productive in addressing them with our improvement efforts. Real improvement in our student outcomes can only be achieved when we can build an educational system around the needs of our students. We also must remember that there are times when changes fail because they try to accomplish too much all at once, or that the changes are made without evaluating the results. Making changes deliberately with ongoing monitoring of results will enable us to build this educational system and improve outcomes for our students. So now I'm going to turn it over to Tina or Dr. Peterson.
Good evening again. So why are we building this as we go? By definition, improvement science is the application of small, measurable, and individualized changes to address specific issues in an educational setting and to help uncover the root causes of problems. In reality, that means as we implement changes, we want to do it start on a small scale rather than a large scale to make sure that these changes work. And so we want to test whether or not they work, whether we need to make additional changes, or whether we need to scrap ideas altogether because as we move forward, if they don't work. And so this effort saves not only time, but funding as well. And then rather than implementing ideas again as on a large scale, we do this on a small scale, so then we scale across the district. So where are we now? After completing the design plan and the launch of the design plan, which we'll talk about in shortly, the next step was to put together a system to support the design of the work being completed and provide accountability to keep the work moving forward. So this then led to our CJUSD Design Plan Advisory Team, and I'm proud to be one of the facilitators of that team. So we have several members of our advisory team here tonight, along with our presenters. So if I could ask them to stand and be recognized, I would appreciate it. And so our presenters, 4 or 5 of our next presenters are part of that team, as well as executive cabinet. And we have some members of our audience, they'd like to stand, that are here tonight, that are part of that team as well, and several others that are not here tonight. Okay, so the CJUSD Design Plan Advisory Team began meeting back in April of 2022. The role of the advisory team is interconnected to the work that's being done. The advisory team provides input and supports the vision of the district. The team strives to be knowledgeable about the vision as well as the design plan. The team oversees the implementation of the design plan. The team provides suggestions to the task force and teams and to their team leaders and members of these teams. The teams serve as liaisons to obtain and provide progress reports from the task forces and the teams that conduct the work. And as a liaison, they bring that information back to the advisory team and report this information as well back to executive cabinet and the Board of Education through either board correspondence periodically or through presentations. Okay, I'm going the wrong way here. All right, this diagram represents our current task force and teams that have begun, which you will hear about shortly. As you can see, each task force or team has a facilitator that leads the work for their team and a liaison that reports their progress back to the advisory. And in some cases, it's one and the same. If we have a member of the advisory that's a facilitator, they report back as that person. So these teams are currently in the process of conducting their work or in the process of recruiting members to begin the work during second semester. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Joda Murphy, our first facilitator and liaison, to talk about some of the work being done.
We hosted our CJUSD All Aboard Launch Day on July 30th. We brought together over 1,100 certificated, classified, and management employees to build a shared understanding of our CJUSD design plan. Our colleagues who are unable to attend will be able to interact with the design plan through CJUSD Connect Deludo, where they will watch recorded sessions and then go and provide evidence of their understanding through our online learning platform. On our next slide, you will see our certificated professional learning team, which is made up of members of our administration, counselors, curriculum program specialists, instructional assistants, teachers, and teachers on assignment. We have many members of this group in attendance today, and I would like them please to stand up and be recognized for their hard work, for their dedication, and their reflection, because we know we're asking a lot of you. So thank you. We have worked very hard to seek representation from every school site in our district, as well as every department in our district. Since the start of the school year, the professional learning team has studied and discussed research on how effective learning systems utilize time during the day to constantly improve themselves with their pedagogy and with their content knowledge. Our group is currently creating a professional learning commitment statement to include what professional learning means to our district, as well as the commitments that it's going to take from every person at the district level, every site level, and every educator to go and to make this be a successful reality. Our focus is on continuous improvement and strengthening what we do.
Good evening. My name is Ellie Carley. I'm a fifth grade teacher at DRC Elementary, and I am currently part of the literacy task force with CJUSD, and we are working hard at getting all of our students to be literate, focusing more on that third grade gap. We have done a lot of research, and I say a lot of research. Many articles read looking at positive outlier districts and what they're doing at their schools to really make sure that all students are able to read at that age. We have also worked really hard at creating a great tool, literacy best instructional practices for all of our teachers in the district, focusing on phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary development, and comprehension. And this has been a collaborative work with many of our teachers in the district, and it really is an amazing tool that we were able to create in one day. So it was pretty awesome. Work in progress. We are trying to create an action plan to make sure that we are able to make all of our students literate by the time they are in third grade and moving beyond. And some things we have included, of course, nothing definite yet, but was making sure all teachers learn the science of reading letters, which is amazing, by the way. I've just started, and it is phenomenal. Every teacher should have learned this way. Focusing on tiered interventions for our students that may be struggling, and having teachers participate in professional learning cycles that would help them implement strategies in the classroom and be able to reflect on those strategies and make improvements if necessary. And then also bringing literacy-based summer programs. We saw that was a very positive thing in those outlier districts. Our next steps is we are visiting school sites in January, and we focused on school sites where their CASP scores were just exceeding, and we want to see what they're doing in their classrooms, as well as our K through 2 classrooms where their DIBELS performance has really improved, and also iReady data. So we used all of that to make our decisions as far as our classroom visits that we will be partaking in January. So we're looking forward to that.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Pacheco. I'm the classified HR analyst in human resources. I'm the liaison for the classified professional learning team. So to achieve our district vision, CJUSD will focus and invest in professional learning of classified employees by creating a dedicated team to establish the process and needs within the employee group. The classified professional learning team will create a plan that is continuous, individualized, and dynamic for all classified employees. The team will focus on effectively communicating and collaborating with classified employees, building partnerships, developing career ladders within the organization, and providing resources to our classified staff to participate in professional learning. In the upcoming weeks, the classified professional learning team facilitators, HR coordinators Denise Magana and Yvette Palmer, will be reaching out to CSEA leadership to discuss the team's purpose and this process. In December, emails will be sent out to staff asking for volunteers to join the group. The first meeting will be held in January, where goals will be discussed and timelines will be established. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm the liaison for the parent professional learning. We are in the recruitment stage right now. Currently, we have 23 parents who we selected via our DPAC and DLAC committees. We will be attending the November 29th APAC meeting to invite some of the parents, so we have representation from APAC. We are looking to make sure that we have all parent groups represented. And in January, we will be hosting a meet and greet once we get our group ready to inform them of what the plan is and make sure that we give them some direction as far as what we plan to work on and achieve as we begin our journey in the second half of the year. So, thank you.
And I'm coming back up as the liaison for the principal site collaboration sessions. So throughout the first semester, principals have been holding site collaboration sessions. As we were completing the design plan last year, one of the key factors to starting this process and beginning the work was that we wanted to make sure that all of our educational partners bought into the plan and are behind the plan and support the plan. So it involves everyone. So we thought about how we could design a process to make sure our employees understood some of the research behind the plan and some of the reasons as to how and why it was developed. So the Ed Services team met and developed a plan by developing 1-hour experiences working with principals. So they would deliver these sessions to all certificated and classified staff members on their site. 4 sessions were developed and they're being provided have been provided first semester and through parts of January. One on the new CJUSD vision, one on improvement science, and 2 on equity. As you can see in the pictures on the slide, this is currently happening at our sites. One of the highlights of this work and the feedback we've received is classified staff are involved in these opportunities too at the site, and that's not something that's necessarily happened across the district in the past. So in addition to these site collaborations, we're working on our plan to deliver these same learning experiences to all of our district level classified and certificated staff who are not on school sites, and will provide these experiences during second semester.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Hampton, and I'm the principal at Silver Mountain High School, and I have the honor of leading the Equity Task Force. So as we talked about this evening, equity is very important, but it not only affects our students, and it not only affects our sites, but it also affects the staff, both certificated and classified. And so that's what we're also going to be focusing on. It's not just a school site thing, it is a department thing, it is a community thing. A lot of the time we think of equity as cultural proficiency, or we think of it as race, as we think of it as ethnicity, but there are so many other facets to what equity is. And so I am going to be tasked to put a committee together during the second semester. And so I'm going to start with not only our sites, but reaching out to each of the departments individually, because I want not only what's good for students, but also what's good for our certificated and classified staff as well. So I look forward to reaching out and getting some help to further this equity journey within Colton Joint Unified School District. Thank you.
Good evening. Brandon Dade, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and I have the wonderful chore and task of bringing together a committee to look at our site certificated hiring process. And as we may all be aware, I think about my 3 children and their K through 12 experience. They interacted with a multitude of employees throughout their instructional day and extracurricularly. And so this committee is going to look at is how do we bring a body of people together to select a good person who wants to be great in any capacity, whether they're teaching English or French or anything of that nature. And so we believe that when you do bring those individuals to the table to engage in that hiring process, to look at not only the interview skills of that person, but their body of work, and we'll be able to select the best person to fit the needs of each of the students at that particular site. So we're really excited to bring this committee together and to look at how we can create panels and really get a really eclectic look at each candidate that comes in to interview for any role in a certificated role at each site. So looking forward to starting this process second semester, and we truly believe that we'll find the most highly qualified individuals for each site if we can come together and really create a process that will make it meaningful not only for the people on the panel, but for the interviewees as well. So thank you.
All right, so where do we go from here, or where do we go next? Thank you for the question, Dr. Peterson. So here's a roadmap, and as we begin sharing the work of the design plan, and there's a lot of work that's been happening. We represent it as a linear process with 3 distinct waypoints to represent the pillars, or we also call them focus areas: professional learning, equity, and professionalism. So as we start the work, and we said we're going to start with the most important thing that's going to move the dial first, and so we identified as professional learning as that focus where we're going to start. We have also broadened our understanding that although we are beginning with professional learning, as I just stated, all 3 pillars are intertwined. They're connected, and that the work will start with each of the pillars is going to be an ongoing basis. The work is not a clear start and stop. This is not the kind of work. Rather, a continuous cycle of improvement and also learning. So as we learn and we look at the 3 pillars, again, and I'll say it again, the goal is continuous learning and improvement. So the 3 pillars are not intended to be the whole work. They were identified as the most urgent work in redesigning our system. And we believe that the beginning with professional learning and also looking at equity, because it intertwines, and professionalism, we will lead to inspiration across our district and a strong sense of shared purpose that will positively affect student performance, because that's our ultimate goal. So no matter what our roles are within this system here at CJUSD, we must continuously connect our work back to students, our why. Every position, every role within our organization exists for a common purpose and its contribution to the district's work of educating our students. And the significance of this work, the systemic approach that we're taking to continuous improve, will enable us to achieve our vision for our students. I'd like to thank the committee and the task force and everybody that's involved tonight, this evening, for the tremendous work putting this together, being here this evening. I said when we started this process and this work, you know, when you look up there, you see improving student outcomes. And I made a commitment to this Board of Education when I became superintendent that we'd have a vision, we have a design plan, we have a plan, and you see all the work. And also committed to bring quarterly updates to the board. Let you know where we're at, how we're doing, and where we're going from here. And so that's tonight is about, again, updating the board. I also want to thank the Board of Education, because without your support, you passed not only the equity vision or the equity policy, but you also adopted the vision that we have for our students. And it's all about working towards student achievement for our students and student outcomes. And we strongly believe, as I close up here, that the vision that we have, which is really so that our students thrive in our district. That's what all students, that's what equity is all about. And belonging, and making sure that our students feel the belonging that they need and that they deserve. That we're going to make this district and improve this district and improve those student outcomes. As you can see, there was a lot of people here tonight, a part of the process. I talk a lot about process, and you hear me constantly to the board talk about process. So very excited about the work that we're doing. So at this point, I'd like to take questions or comments from the board. Oh, let me, before any questions, I'd like to thank Katie Orloff. You got the brochures on our design plan. So, and they're in English and Spanish. So you see they're working together to serve our students. So thank you, Katie, for the work on that. And it really does a nice job of telling the story of our design plan and what we're trying to accomplish here again, those aspirational goals. So, all right, so I'll stop talking at this point and take any questions or comments for the board.
Board Member Ojeda.
Thank you. This was, for me, it was really important to hear this, all the information tonight. You've done a lot of work and there's a lot more to be done in order to get a completed design plan. I can't believe I'm saying this as a principal because I hated to make people do things, but this vision statement is so good. I know it's lengthy, but it incorporates all the things that we truly believe are capable of doing and the expectations we have of every person working with us, including parents and students. And I'm wondering if we could get this put in sorry, principals, a poster, or small, but something to post in every single classroom that parents can see when they come in, and if it catches their eye, they can ask about it, and to show our whole commitment, but also to send the message to every single employee. It's not just a piece of paper. It's really important, and this is what we believe, and this is what we know we can do, but we all have to work together to reach this vision. I would like to see if we could I know it's an expense, and I know it's difficult because some people want to ruin my classroom, but it's so important because it'll make your classroom a better place if everyone buys into it. I'd like to see that happen. Thank you. Oh, I have one other thing. When you do the classroom visits in January, I would really enjoy being an observer just to see. I went to a classroom when I was really interested, when we first heard Dibbles was being used and was so successful at certain places. So I spent a day going to a school. And I'm excited about it, and I don't mean to give any input. I promise I wouldn't do that. I'd just like to observe if that would be a possibility. If we're not, fine, but I think if we could, I just like to see the excitement, because I want to see the excitement from those teachers shared with the people who are there, because that's there. And that's one of the, if we could get that kind of excitement across the district, we could really move our kids forward. So I'd like to ask that. Thanks.
Yep, appreciate the comments and definitely work on the messaging, communicating the piece, marketing piece on that. And then we'd love to have you at the sites. Absolutely.
Board Member Dan Flores.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick observations. Again, I appreciate the update. This is a pretty massive undertaking. I know there's a lot of work that goes into it, that has gone into it and will continue. So the updates are important. Two quick observations. I do appreciate the emphasis on recruitment and professional development around our teachers and the certificated folks that obviously are central to this. And yes, aptitude is important. We're looking for bright folks that are intelligent, understand subject and pedagogy, but knowing that passion for teaching, that connection to students really is what makes them successful. We heard it tonight from our parents. I think we all know that in our own experience. I had a my college freshman advisor told me, you pick professors, not classes, because you could have a lousy professor teach you, Shakespeare, Plato, or the Italian masters, and you're not going to learn anything and you're going to hate it. But you can have an amazing professor teach you the phone book, and two things are going to happen. You're going to learn something and you're going to enjoy it. And I think that's so true. So identifying those folks that are a great fit for the culture and the passion that we have in the district is important. The emphasis on bringing classified into this conversation is really important, because again, it's not just what happens in the classroom, it's what goes on in that entire environment. And classified is a huge part of the experience, the safety, the environment, from our security staff to custodial staff to our PPS staff. They have a huge influence on a student's experience at school at all levels. So classified is absolutely a part of the success. And I think the real challenge for you, Dr. Miranda, and all of our leadership, and for the board to hold everyone accountable, is this great plan just can't be another one of those really big binders that we stick up on our shelf like every other strategic plan we've done and doesn't actually get implemented. So how this gets implemented and becomes a part of who we are at Colton Joint Unified is probably going to be an even greater task and challenge than the development. because it could easily be forgotten and we slip back into the way we've always done things. So I appreciate where we're at. I'm looking forward to where we're going, and the updates on not just the plan itself, but how we're going to implement it will be great to hear. So thank you.
I appreciate that. I'll mention something on that, just if I may. Cabinet, we spent a day and a half actually talking exactly about that, is accountability. That this plan, we don't want to just be a binder, looks nice. And we're going to hold ourselves accountable, and we spent a day and a half. We have our commitments, and we're going to hold ourselves accountable because to make sure that this happens. And I think part of that process is not only our quarterly retreats cabinet, but also the updates here at the board, because we are very committed to making this plan happen. So.
Sorry, if I can just, and to that point, Dr. Moran, I think the key is making sure that folks understand the why it's important and how will it have an impact, because we're constantly told what we have to do by the state and by all the regulations. And again, Board Member Thorne, I had to know this as a principal, we're constantly being bombarded with what we have to do simply because we have to. This shouldn't be one of those, right? This has to be something that they believe in, that people buy into, and know that they're a part of it and feel like they're a part of it, that their voices are heard. So that's key.
Remember, Ibar?
Okay, thank you, thank you. Just want to thank all those involved for the report. At first, I was looking at it as a framework, but it sounds like there's been some beginnings in some of these areas, and definitely some things that are going to start up after the new year. One of the things that I picked up a little bit on was the parent professional learning. As educators, we know that one of the integral parts of a student learning is the support that they have at home. And as the parents get an opportunity to receive some professional development, so to speak, and be part of a bigger growing plan, I'm hoping that we can draw in more parents from more schools that will show interest in their child's education. I truly believe that a child's education begins at home. And though it's a contrary belief with some parents that I've spoken to over the many, many years, they believe it falls on the shoulders of the teachers. But I think that if we educate those who are interested, and if we can get those individual parents to bring in other parents, we could grow something that might be very beneficial, not only to their individual students, but other students and the district as well. We've done a lot of wonderful things within the district over many, many years. Our community cabinet has grown to the point where people see that as a model for other districts. This particular parent professional learning potential, if it's grown and cultured and we put the time and effort into it, it can grow to the point where we can really have continuing parents wanting to be part of it on a year-by-year basis. Thus, allowing them to have input, but also learning how they can better help their own child at home. So I see that as one of the integral elements of this particular plan as far as that part is concerned. I've always liked the fact that our principals get an opportunity to collaborate, because there's so much that's going on, and there's principals who have different perspectives to education, and I think that it's important that they collaborate and share that, and it's a great element to incorporate as well. So look forward to seeing that grow. I mentioned equity. That's going to be a big key right here. Because whatever we attempt with this vision, this plan, we have to try our best to reach all our students. As the ELAC parents said earlier, there's 25 other languages spoken in our district. When I first came into the district, there were 76 different languages spoken in this district. 76. So it's nice to see it's been cut down a little bit, tremendously. So that's going to be a big key as well. And I agree with my colleague that part of everything that goes revolves around our certificated and our classified employees. So the buy-in that they bring, the opportunity for them to enhance their learning, the opportunity for them to be able to reach out to their students and have a better, clear understanding of what their students' needs are. It's going to be also something that can draw in and have our students want to be learned, want to be part of a classroom and improve their, and I know we have wonderful teachers that do that already, but I hear from parents that tends to be a problem in some areas. So I think that the overall plan, where do we go next? That's the curious question. That's what I'm looking for. Because we have a roadmap with no destination yet. We have 3 areas of major concerns, and I'm curious to see where all this is going to take us, because that's what a roadmap does. And is it going to get us to where we need to be? And I like Joanne's idea. I think that having the vision placed in areas where we could readily see it and oftentimes be reminded what do we want to accomplish can be a key thing. Because if we're looking at it, we're constantly being reminded of it. So I think that that's a good idea. I know that it's difficult to put it in every classroom because of what's required by each class to have on their walls, but at least be visible so we can see it here and there. So something to think about. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay. Sure.
I was remiss in what I said. I certainly didn't mean to leave classified out because the first 13 years of my life, I was a classified employee, both at this district level. I worked maintenance for a while. I've done it all. And then, when I was doing that work, I didn't really feel a part of the school system, really. I felt like I had a job to do, but I never felt like it was part of making things happen across the district. I do see more of that feeling of belonging here than I saw, 40 years ago where I was. But I certainly my idea was to put these everywhere, even in the maintenance yards, the transportation yard, everywhere. So people knows that I'm accountable to be part of this because I am part of this. When I was a principal, and I bet every principal in this room will agree with me, my most important person each and every day was my custodian, who was an absolutely wonderful man. His wife called me when she saw my sign up in Bloomington one day. They were you can't live without your custodian, your secretary, and your office, and your nutrition. Those people there, those kids some of them come so hungry, and they see that person, and they will always remember that person who gave them lunch. So I certainly was not trying to not say that. I just, I want everyone to fall in love with being here, working with kids and working with each other, because we can all learn from everybody. So please, I'd like everyone, every department to understand they're part of us, and they're going to make this work for all of our kids.
Thank you, Board Member Doreen Ojeda. What I would like to say is that I'm looking out at the committee that you've selected, Dr. Miranda and your cabinet, and I really believe that you have all the right people in the right places. I'm looking out and I see experts in every area. And congratulations for that. And I also feel the energy in the room that they have. One thing that, let's see, Ellie, yeah, where's Ellie? Ellie, you had me at Literacy Task Force. I mean, that right there is just, when I saw this and the focus that you presented to us tonight to, for the, to fill that third grade gap. So if we can work on those kindergartners, first, second grade, so that by third grade, they're reading at grade level, that's half the battle, I feel. The kids are going to be moving on. So, and you mentioned the science of reading also, the letters program. I have personally not gone through any letters program, but I can tell you that I have yet to find a teacher in this district that says, oh, I don't like it. They all want more and more. So, we see results and we see the passion when the teachers have. So let's, our job is to give you what you need. A question is, I want to ask is, what do you need from us? If this is what you need, this is what we need to give you to make this happen. You mentioned another thing that really excited me was visiting classrooms that have shown success. We do have pockets all over the district in every elementary school, middle school and high school, where something is going extremely well and you have success everywhere. And we need to find where those pockets are and duplicate whatever we're doing in these and give the teachers and sometimes it's teams of teachers that are working together and succeeding. Let's find out who they are. And I would love to walk with you in the classrooms in January and see what's happening. And you mentioned you're going to be focusing on the K2 dibbles that have shown improvement. Okay, let's zero in on those. Let's go into the classrooms and give the teachers the credit they deserve on what they're doing and duplicate. Another thing that I would like to mention is that I mentioned the right people in the right places. Tiffany, you are in this equity piece, and again, I feel your energy, and I know you surround yourself with people that have your passion. So I'm really excited to see what you're going to do with that. There is a challenge, though, that we need to be very, very cognizant of and very aware. Is I know teachers, principals sitting here, you always say, I never want to forget what it was like to be in the classroom and the teachers. Well, Joanne and I, we were principals, and the same thing here is I never want to forget what it's like to be a principal with everything that you have in your plate. So what my challenge would be, and for the superintendent to address, is to support your principals, give them the time they need to collaborate, or when you visit their school sites one-on-one, is like, what is it that you need? What's going right? What's going wrong? And I remember, I don't know, you guys are probably too young, but Dr. Fisher, he's the one that gave me my first principal's job. And that's one thing he would go in and say, what do you need? What do you need? Where do you need support? So I think that's what principals need from us, is just give them all the support, whether it's time, whether it's time, whatever it is, just give them the time they need. So thank you. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for the committee for being here. And I just really appreciate every single one of you, and I'm looking forward to what's coming next.
Absolutely. And thank you, board, and thank you to the committee. Outstanding job. To get to this point today is taking a lot of work, and it's going to continue. So we'll be back again next quarter and update the board and show the progress. Very excited about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, well, we are moving on to action items. We have action items. Let's see, I'm sorry, let me find my place here. 7.1 through 7.2. Do we have any board members that would like to consider these items separately? Okay. I need a motion to approve action items 7.1 to through 7.22. And I just want to, I don't want it separately, but I'm just like, Paul Russell, thank you for being here tonight. And thank you. And I'm really as excited as you are for this resolution. And this is just the beginning. I think, next year, we're going to be, adding more activities to address yeah, with your feathers. Yeah, there you go. So thank you for that. So I need a motion. Okay.
Second.
Dan Flores. I have a motion by Board Member Dan Flores and second by Board Member Ibarra to approve action items 7.1 through 7.22. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nays? On motion by Board Member Dan Flores and Board Member Ibarra, and carried on a 4-0 vote, the board approved action items 7.1 through 7.22. Moving on to 8.0, administrative reports. For administrative report 8.1, are there any questions or comments from board members for item 8.1? Moving on, facilities update. We do not have a facilities update. ACE update, our president is, oh, yes. Okay. Mr. Dollins.
Hello there, board and superintendent, executive cabinet, all you lovely people who are staying here so late and obviously want to get some food in your bellies. I am Jeremiah Dollins. I'm the high school director for ACE. I am here in lieu of Christina Parachi, our president. She unfortunately had to leave early this evening, and she entrusted me with her information here to share with you tonight. I apologize for not looking so professional. I did not expect to be here tonight in this capacity. So good evening, esteemed board members, Superintendent Miranda, cabinet members, and members of the audience. My name is not Christina Parachi, and I have the privilege of serving as the Association of Colton Educators High School Director, So happy birthday, Dr. Miranda. We sang to you earlier. We are extending that to you again. What a nice way to celebrate it, however, being here tonight with all of us. Mrs. Sandoval, Ms. Thoring Ojeda, Mr. Fuentes, and Mr. Flores, congratulations to you on your recent victory in your local elections, and thank you for your willingness to sacrifice your family time to serve our district. We appreciate the hard work and dedication that you have exhibited, and the association wishes you all 4 more years of success and good relationship with us. Congratulations to all the new administrators who are here tonight. ACE is looking forward to working with all of you. And remember, ACE is here to work collaboratively, and the contract absolutely is here to help all of us. This week, we met here to hear the concerns of all staff regarding special education. Some of you who are here know that Ms. Murphy and I were the MCs of that, and that was the town hall meeting that we had for hosted by PPS. Coming back after the virtual learning time, some of the behavioral issues escalated, and we're all still recovering as a district on the correct placement for our students and how to handle these situations. I am looking forward to working together with Dr. Ortiz's department to get back on track and figure out how to improve and mainstream the services for our students with special needs. Now, negotiations are also going on presently. We're currently finishing the 2021-22 contract negotiations. They're almost done, and hopefully by the next board meeting, we will have the contract ratified. For the 22-23 negotiations, we are currently negotiating salary, health, and welfare. The teams are waiting for the school board's directive. And board members and cabinet audience, we just want to once again say thank you for all of your support, willingness, and time to listen to and help us solve all of our collective problems. Thank you very much. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Okay, MAC update? No update, okay. ROP update?
Yes, I have just a few comments to make. This Monday, we said goodbye to our CBO at CRIROP, Min Gonzalez. She retired after 16 years there. And for those who are familiar with her, you'll know that she was very professional, very accurate, and kept CRIROP in pretty good shape through some very, very difficult times. One of the highlights of her retirement party, which I attended and so did Israel Fuentes, was that, I don't know if any of you guys knew this, but Israel could sing. he actually brought his karaoke machine and he sang the Mañanitas to her. And I thought it was one of those big Mexican entertainers with his deep voice. And you know, if you ever hear him sing, I go, he surprised me. He blew me out of the water. I go, wow, you could definitely sing. So she really enjoyed that. But one of the things that she did mention in her thank you speech was the fact that she really appreciated the association that she had with Cone Joint Unified School District and the support that our district gave CRY-ROP during her tenure there. So just wanted to mention that. And of course, I had opportunity to speak on behalf of our district and wish her well in her upcoming retirement. Other highlights related to Cone Joint Unified School District. Our Cone High School Welding Pathway hosted its own parent night the other night. And to show the parents of the students' parents what they have accomplished, what they can design. And the parents came back very, very impressed with not only what their children were able to do, but what potential and what the education that they're getting will help provide them for future careers down the road. I may have mentioned this before in previous updates, but for the last few years, 100% of our Cone High School welding graduates graduated certified as certified welders, ready to go right out of high school into a occupation. So one of the things that I find really encouraging is a lot of those individual students have to maintain a GPA of 2.0 or better, which once they get into these type of career type of courses, it's an incentive for them to keep their other classes up. So, you know, that's one of the things that I think that our association with CRY-ROP helps many of the students who may not be at that particular point in time in their lives looking to go to college, but looking to go to work, either to improve their status or help their families. 7 of our teachers, along with our career readiness specialist at CRY-ROP, attended an advisory, a CTE advisory board at the California University of Science and Medicine, which is located right down the street. And what they were able to get out of that was a lot of information relative to how we can get our students into that particular university when the time comes. As many of you know, a few years back, we've made agreement with the university to provide 2% of our students an opportunity to go into that university, and once they've graduated with a bachelor's in the right field. So, and one last thing, starting the new year, they're going to start doing their counselor roadshow, which means that CRY-ROP, along with their counselors and our counselors, will be touring Cone High School, Bloomington High School, and Grand Terrace High School, and now Washington. So that's going to be something we look forward to as well. And with that, that's my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We are moving on to 9.0, Superintendent's Communique.
All right, good evening again, Board President Flores, board members, members of the audience. It's my pleasure this evening to do my superintendent's communique. If we can move to the next slide. I'd like to start highlighting our Cooley Ranch Kindness Ambassadors. So this week, I had the privilege and honor to attend the Colton City Council meeting, and the Colton City Council recognized our Cooley Ranch Kindness Ambassadors The kindness ambassadors are led by our awesome, amazing counselor, Miss Nina Torres. She doesn't need an introduction. I think all of us know Nina, just amazing. And so the students received, and you see in the picture there, certificates along with a community partner that organizes the activities and that the kindness ambassadors participate in. So our community partner is named Edwin Johnson, and you see him there with the cool hat and the purple jacket. And so I really want to again thank Nina Torres and staff along with Principal Laura Lee, with the kindness ambassadors for spreading kindness, not only at Cooley Ranch, but also throughout the community of CJUSD. I just want to thank Board Member President Flores, Mr. Fuentes, who also were there. And it was just a great event, great evening and celebration of our kindness ambassadors. And my understanding, Nina, and she told me there at the event, the kindness ambassadors have a new wrap. So they're going to be going to a studio with Mr. Johnson and putting that together. So I can't wait to look at that or hear that. So it should be coming out pretty soon. I told them that I'd be their agent, but they didn't take me up on their offer. Anyhow, so they really do make us proud, and the kindness that they're spreading is contagious across our district. Next slide, please. You know, it's a spirit of giving. Our hashtag CJUSD cares. This is an example of that value of caring. And so our 12th annual jacket drive is underway. So the purpose of the annual jacket drive is to help our CJUSD students obtain a new jacket and keep warm during the cold months. The program helps to ease the expenses and strengthen the sense of belonging in our schools by providing a new jacket to a student. So the jacket drive is open until December 9th, and distribution of the jackets collected to the students in need will be right after that. Donations can be dropped off at Student Services. That's would be 850 Washington, and we would appreciate donations. And last slide this evening for me is Thanksgiving break. And so just want to let everybody know that CJUSD is sites. All our sites will be closed Monday through Friday, November 21st through November 25th. Classes will resume on Monday, November 28th. Let me say that again, Monday, November 28th, so students come back, everybody come back. So along with the Board of Education, I really want to wish our students, families, and staff a happy Thanksgiving. I would like to also express to staff that please, please, please take this time to decompress a little bit, enjoy your time with your family, friends, and loved ones. There's nothing more important than that. There's nothing. So again, the board, myself, executive cabinet, want to thank all the staff for their hard work, their dedication. We're so thankful for all of you and your dedication to the CJUSD. So please enjoy your time off. Thank you, Board President.
Thank you, Superintendent Miranda. Okay, board member comments. Board Member Thoring Ojeda.
Thank you. I do have a few comments tonight. First of all, I do appreciate the schools greatly who celebrate Veterans Day, partly because it's personal in my family, but also because I think it's so important for our children to understand why we get to live the way we do. And I can't tell you how much it meant to me this year when I went to Wilson Elementary and took my husband, who I almost died when they gave him the microphone, but it truly was meaningful to me because I know that what he said to those children came deep from his heart. And I hope that some of them went home and really understood what he was talking about. My husband spent 29 years in the U.S. Army, believe it or not, military intelligence, which is an oxymoron in my opinion, but he was a helicopter medic on his pilot wrote a book that I shared with Dr. Miranda. I know at that age in 1970, I was no way to do what he did. I would have got kicked out probably, but I just can't imagine the atrocities that they saw each and every day. And to have to take care of those people who we put in a helicopter in the dark, trying to get an IV set while they were being shot at by people, because just because it had a red cross didn't mean that they were safe. And I thank God he got home. I didn't know him back then, but I probably wouldn't have liked him when he came home with PTSD. But our veterans went through a lot. And each time we go to the Veterans Hospital and I see some of these really young boys who've come home from the wars and their life is totally ruined because you can tell that they have no cognitive functioning because of what happened to them over there. We need to understand that. We need our kids to understand how lucky we are that we can live in a place like we live in the United States and feel safe. And there was a price to pay for that freedom. So thank you for the schools that do that, for teaching our children, because our children are the future, and if they don't recognize it, we could easily lose the freedoms that we have. All right, next, on a happy note, I went to Cooley Ranch and was able to talk to the 6th grade girls at their motivation station. And I have to say, it feels so good to get back in schools. I love it. Those 2 years of pandemic were hard. I don't get out as often as I used to since I need transportation now to get to and from. But I love talking to the kids. It was nice to be back in their territory. I was a little disillusioned because I realized how much the pandemic hurt our kids in that sense. I asked them, how many of you are really excited to be at school today? I know they're 6th grade girls, I get it. Not one kid raised their hand. And I almost cried. We need to fix that. And I told them, I'm gonna ask your teacher, what can we do as a board to help you feel better about going to school? Maybe because it's so hard because they're trying to catch up on 2 years of instruction. I don't know, but we have a lot of work to do, and I know you're working really hard at the schools. I know how hard you worked during the pandemic. My granddaughter would call me almost every day. And my heart went out, especially to the principals, trying to figure out what all the kids were, where they were, why weren't they online. It was hard. My hat's off to everyone who worked during that time as hard as they did, because your job is hard enough on a regular basis, but that was all brand new. We did the best that we could, but our kids are hurting. So we need to really keep working and not give up, because we can do it. And I'm grateful to see this design plan, because I think that's going to help us get to where we need to be. But like Dan said, it can't be something we just put in the binder and put in the closet. It's a working plan, and it will be fluid. We need to change it as it comes, as the need arises, but we need to work as quickly as we can to make this, to help our kids have the life that we want each and every one of them to have when they grow up. I want to, Community Cabinet, thank you. It's wonderful. It continues to be wonderful. It was nice to be back with our group. I hope we start growing back to the size that we were before. Some people are still scared to be out with virus concerns, but I'm really grateful that we do, because we have great partnerships that we can develop through Community Cabinet. I want to thank, and I will thank all the support I had during the campaign, especially a big thank you to ACE and to people, a few of my colleagues here on the board who helped me a great deal, and that was truly appreciated. And I look forward to be part of this family for another 4 years. It's a great place to be. A lot of wonderful people that I've gotten to know, and it's been a huge part of my life since retirement, and I want to continue to work here and to make this the best place. So when I talk to those kids next year, they'll say, I'm glad I'm here, because I was really sad to hear that they didn't feel that way. And I know they're 6th grade, but they also are hurting. I want to say happy Thanksgiving to all our families, employees that are in our community. I will close in observance of Native American Heritage Month. Aho. Good night.
Board Member Ibarra.
Thank you, Bertha. I'd like to just begin by congratulating my colleagues. Israel's not here, but Joanne is, and on their victories. And it's great to see individuals like both board members who really have their heart into what we're trying to do here for our students, our children, and our district. With Joanne, I truly appreciate her expertise, her professionalism, her knowledge and education. And I really enjoy that she has the knowledge that can help guide this board for the next 4 years. So, I'm very happy for your victory. I have an issue. I'm not going to say another issue, but a issue that I have talked with our superintendent before, but it keeps on rising and coming to on my phone. I've had several parents continue calling me. These parents have students at Colton Middle School. Their concern relates to picking up their students out in front of the school where they see no supervision at all, no security, no vice principal, no principal. And they go purposely to pick up their students because they run into students bullying each other, fights and skirmishes, and they're really trying to keep their individual student away from that. I've brought that to Dr. Miranda's attention, but as recent as last week, I continue getting calls stating that where is the security at Cone Middle School when school lets out? And so one of the parents went as far as to tell me that she went in to try to talk to the office, and she asked, "Isn't this a PBIS school?" And she was told that nobody in there, including the principal, knew what PBIS was. So I'm concerned that that issue is still coming up. And I put the question to the district, where is the supervision when these students are let out? And something that I think that we need to take a look at. And whoever Dr. Miranda wants to charge with that, then because like I said, I've been getting these phone calls now for over a month. So, and these are concerned parents.
We'll follow up. Okay.
And with that, on a lighter note, just want to wish everybody a wonderful week off. I know that some of us, go home and we end up working a little bit more than we normally do. But wish you guys all a wonderful Thanksgiving. Enjoy your family. Watch plenty of football. SC versus UCLA this Saturday. Big game at the Rose Bowl. So I'm just going to push SC. So I have to. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Bertha.
Board Member Flores.
No comments other than I want to congratulate Grand Terrace High School's and Colton High School's football programs. Amazing run in the playoffs. For the record, I was at the Colton High School game. It was very cold that night, but despite the cold, the community showed up, and it was a great turnout, and it was a great game. I mean, it went back and forth the entirety of the game, and it really came down to the fourth quarter. They came up just a little bit short, but they fought to the very end. So we're also proud of both programs for doing so well, and it's something to build on. So appreciate that. And it's always fun when you have Friday Night Lights again in Colton Joint Unified. So congratulations, both teams.
Thank you. Okay, for myself, just want to wish everyone a very happy Thanksgiving, and tomorrow at the end of your day, and when you do your final tasks, turn off that computer, get in your car, drive home, and enjoy your family for a week. With that, we are going to be The board will now adjourn into closed session to discuss items listed on the closed session agenda. Have a good night. 1, student discipline. There were 2 student discipline items presented in closed session. Is there a motion to uphold the expulsion orders as presented?
So move.
Okay, and second by Dan Flores, Board Member Flores. Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Ibarra and second by Board Member Dan Flores to uphold the expulsion orders as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, nays. On motion of Board Member Ibarra and Board Member Flores, and carried on a 4-0 vote, the board upheld the expulsion order of 2 student disciplines items as presented. The student numbers are 1045, 1211, and 1048, 365. Item 12.2, on a motion by Board Member Flores and second by Board Member Thoring Ojeda, and on a 4-0 vote, the board approved the following. We have certificated coaches. We have 2 baseball assistant boys, head junior varsity football boys. Certificated regular staff, 4. Athletics director, Colton High School, school psychologist, PPS, teacher Crestmore, teacher Richie Canyon. Okay, classified coaches, 11. Baseball assistant boys, head junior varsity basketball girls, head junior varsity soccer boys, head junior varsity wrestling co-ed, head varsity baseball boys, head varsity basketball girls, head varsity track co-ed, pep squad director co-ed, swim assistant co-ed, varsity basketball assistant girls, and varsity track assistant co-ed. We have volunteer coaches, a total of 5, soccer boys 2, soccer girls 2, and softball girls. Volunteers general, 30. Item 12.3. In closed session on a motion by, in closed session on a motion by Board Member Flores and second by Board Member Ibarra, and on a 4-0 vote, the board appointed Asante McLean, Assistant Principal, Elementary School, Wilson Elementary, and Kyle Laughlin, Assistant Principal, High School, Bloomington High School. Item 12.4, in closed session on a motion by Board Member Dan Flores and second by Board Member Ibarra and carried on a 4-0 vote, the board approved the superintendent's 2022 evaluation as presented. We are adjourning at 10:07.